Hello, folks. Welcome to Wednesday. My name is Joel Duggan, and this is Satisfactory, when we're sitting in the temporary storage room here at the top of the Devastator factory in the Rocky Desert. And this is not where we started. We actually started in the Northern Forest, but we've migrated down here because there's just so much stuff. There's just so much stuff. So today we are doing a couple of things. First, we're streaming with OBS Studio instead of Streamlabs OBS. So expect some glitches. Just saying. I tested everything before the stream started and it all appeared to work. Famous last words, right? Big shout out to Minipax, a friend of the community who helped me out with some technical stuff behind the scenes. Thanks very much. I did get the chat working as we were discussing. So that's good. I'm going to press a button and see what happens. Bing! Spreadsheet. Yay. It works. Big transformer image. Also works. Good stuff. I'm going to leave the little thumbnail up, actually. And I think I might actually turn off my to-do list. I don't think I need that right now. Thought there was a way to hide this, maybe? Maybe it's only in the settings. I thought there was like a toggle for this. Maybe not. Oh wait, Devastator kind of hides the notes. Maybe I can make him a little bit smaller. That's one thing I did not check. Devastator thumbnail. There. Hypertube time. Minipax is always there to give a hand when anyone needs it. They're a wonderful human. I agree. I agree. Very busy human. But a rather agreeable one. And that's saying something, because I like most animals more than people. I'm going to go all the way to the top. So, what we're looking at is a factory that I want to theme after Devastator. Thumbnails in the top right for a closer look. That is the Transformer. I have other images that I have on my desktop as well. But right now, the main focus is thinking about his legs. And the way that I'm envisioning the legs are these two big factories here and here. And you can sort of see in the way that his upper thighs are designed that we went with kind of like that metal look, the three sections and some angles. So I want to try and continue that, but I also noticed that there's a lot of purple, and I think maybe we can do something cool with the purple in the knee and stuff like that. So I want to try at least a little bit of work just to kind of make this look a little bit nicer on the front, especially because now that we've got access to a bunch of different materials in the game, we can do all kinds of different textures and stuff. So I'm going to ignore the stuff on the side of the leg for now. I'm going to be looking more at the front part. So the front part is what I'm mostly concerned with. And I think we can maybe use his like hip area for these parts, and then this will be kind of like the upper thigh, and then maybe we can put some purple down at the bottom, like maybe down there. So it's not going to be like a one-to-one copy. I kind of want to use the image to kind of inspire the factory, not make it look like it. Devastator is just lying down, you know, on the desert. I kind of want to just use some of the shape language and some of the cool things that we can do. So I've already got some vents and stuff happening down at the bottom there on the factory down there. And I feel like we can probably just start with the retexture of things. I don't want to get into, again, that conversation about redoing everything. We're going to need more plastic and probably more concrete. And our train is over there. Totally missed that jump. Plastic is probably in a blue car. Be my guess. Victory is mine. And we'll get more concrete. Probably this one. Yep. You could have taken the hypertube down. Yeah, I could have. So there's what we're going to be working on, and you can see that I've sort of added in like a little space for the river. I may or may not want to keep that, I'm not really sure. So one thing I learned from working on the Metroplex build was that you want to stay bold with your design choices and your shapes. If you get into the minutia, it just doesn't show up in Satisfactory. You really have to go big shapes for things to read the way that you want. Mainly what I want to know is where the exit is, where the outside is in here, and how much I've layered up. So that's the outside right there. Is this the outside as well? No. Okay, so I'm going to take these out just for now. We do have some room inside of these big pillar things, so that could be kind of fun to mess around with. Alright, so that is the outside there. And so I'd imagine that is as well. Yeah. So that, I think, is the fold. Oh, no power. I'll have to fix that. Oh, that's the vent. This is what I mean by how big this thing is. Oh, look. Box of shame. Alright, so I wasn't even high enough to get into the tops of these. I was looking at the actual vent parts. Okay. I think we should be able to reach from back here. If not, we'll just move a little bit farther forward. Yeah, okay. So I know I can't go any wider because we've got this rock part in the way here. So I'm thinking with the way that his legs kind of come down, this part in the middle could be purple. And I think I have an idea about how to make it a little bit more interesting as well. So let's start by changing the material. And then I guess we have to load up our bar with all of the Devastator colors. So 1, 2, actually 2, 3. And then all the grays make sense. Light, medium, dark gray, black. I don't know if we'll need any other accent colors. There is some red, but mostly green and gray. Should be everything. Put the red on number 10. That might not be the best color, purple. I feel like we might have to go brighter. I don't want to change any swatches because it changes everything across the board, which is annoying. He's more of like a neon purple. I find the saturation in the game can be quite heavy. That's a bit better. Gotta think about what kind of lights I might want to put down here too. So I like the idea of bringing this up a bit. And we'll have like, I guess, metal parts up the middle as well. Now this will be easier because this will be just like a standard gray. Again, I'm trying careful to remember that I don't want to overcomplicate this. It doesn't help that it's on the shady side and everything in this game that's not in sunlight is dark. Like I've got my headlamp on right now so I can see what's going on. Just moving a window here on my second monitor. Okay. If you want a brighter color, you've got one in mind, do you, Cosmic? This is basically pretty plain. There's a cool accent at the top of it that I think we could add. I feel like we could do with like a groove or something here. And that's where maybe we can add in some architecture bits. trouble with these is getting them to look like they're they go around corners. It is possible. Thankfully, we've given ourselves like a good solid 4 meter or 8 meter thick building. Yeah, that helps a bit. Now the question is, can I continue those the other way? So I feel like you can use maybe beams and beam connectors. That snaps there. A painted beam will snap there. And if I use the angled setting, it's just going to be a matter of figuring out. That's 4.7. That won't work. Maybe freestyle? So that doesn't quite make the corner. And 2 is going to be too far, and I can't get this little short piece to just be on the right angle. And that's going to be too long. Don't know if regular beams are going to be any different. Probably not. It's weird how they skip around. I've seen people do this before. Let's just see. We'll try a couple things, but if we can't get it, we can't get it. Nope. So it's going to be lower, not higher. Is there a pink transformer? There is, but RC is an Autobot, not a Decepticon. And I haven't yet decided if I'm going to be doing a playthrough, or like adding Autobots to this playthrough. That's almost got it. Right now, this is all Decepticon themed. We got real close with that. It's likely that there's just no in between. Yeah, we've been there before. It doesn't work. Alright, well, I don't want to mess around with stuff that I don't know how to do for ages and ages. I basically just wanted to get like a pass on this so that it doesn't look like day one Satisfactory parts, you know? I mean, already I think it's improving. Oh, the little pillars are really... The grid snapping points are very non-intuitive, would be the best way to describe it, I would say. Non-intuitive. Right, so it looks like a lot of this stuff is kind of like black and gray. So, at least we can add some more kind of purple down at the bottom. I was hoping to get a little bit more layering happening, and we can probably still work something out in the middle here. Like the seams here are a little bit strange. So what if we added another half thing? Half foundation? We have half foundations now too. Is it me or does the camera have to adjust after I build stuff? Like the lighting seems to adjust after I build something? So I want to create something that has like a bit of a U shape to it, I guess. Unfortunately, there's no half ramps. That becomes a little bit tricky. I also, there was a tip from Total Eclipse that I saw on stream or on YouTube the other day, and it was using a light gray color instead of blue. So like we go to like a maybe like white and then 75. Apply. It's supposed to be easier to see what you're doing. I can see the lines better. Maybe we'll make that just a little bit different. I guess there's no way to really change the intensity of it, maybe. Soft clearance hologram is green. Dismantle hologram. Tool scaling. Yeah, nothing here says like brightness. It's just the hologram color. Unless one of these is the brightness instead. What if we went the other way? What if we went down to like 25? Oh, darker is harder to see. I don't like the weird lines that they give you. Lewas has posted a link to the video in the Satisfactory channel in Discord that may help you with what you want to do with pillars. Just FYI, perhaps you want to check on a break. Oh, cool. Thanks, Cosmic. Yeah, I will. Thanks, Lewas. Appreciate it. I heard the little ding. The Discord ding. Actually, that works as long as we do it across the front. Probably have to get closer. The snapping in this game is really finicky. It used to be a lot easier. Now why? Oh, those are too far out. That's why. That's a little bit more interesting. I don't like how those are a different color though. Maybe there we have to add in walls. Oh. So the problem with some of this stuff is that it has the same issue that Minecraft does with terracotta. So the coated plastic concrete doesn't appear the same color as the walls. Like, it's a different... You have to paint this lighter to make it appear the same color as walls. And that doesn't look good at all. What if that is the other way around? That's what I want. And I feel like these could probably benefit from having a small foundation. It's okay. Looks a little weird. Can't see it at all in the dark. I think the easy thing to do here would be to add some like lines or vents or something. And that could be kind of cool. And actually, we might be able to get rid of these. Oh, maybe we just have an opening. That could be interesting too. So here we would want, I guess, foundations. And if we don't want this to be see-through, then we could use ramps. So like 1 meter ramp at the top. Yeah, I feel like they've added a lot of snapping points that they didn't need to. Alright, let's go with 1 meter here at the top. Is that going to snap? Not playing nice. So that'll be an angle, that'll be an angle, that'll be an angle, and that'll be an angle. And then we can put in the half guys like that, that, and that. And it's not going to let me put one here. Can I slide under there? I can. That should allow me to put another one of these back there. And then we just do the same thing, change these all to coated concrete. And then paint them all right. So again, really simple, trying to go in with bold shapes. So I don't know if that's, I mean, you're not going to be able to see it unless it's lit up the right way. But we could also add some lights in certain places too. Yeah, I like the purple too. That's I'm liking that. Now this we've left. I think this actually opens up into the inside. Yeah. So I don't know why I have two here. But looking at the image, this is where I would want to add in some sort of like layer. Like I didn't make any real depth changes in the change from this angle to this drop. And this is where I feel like we could totally benefit from more of these half foundations. What I really need to do is just get some power over here. There is some power nearby, I'm sure. This will help. Just so we can get close enough we can actually see what we're doing. Oh, I don't want the line. The line is the side that's got the faded color. So the only thing I'm not sure about here is the side here, because with transformers they would normally do like a 45. That becomes very tricky to do in this game. We could always try to just do something like a pillar maybe. You could rotate those. What do I need to put it on to rotate it? Probably another pillar. Nope, that snaps straight. Beam connector maybe? Nope. I thought you could rotate beams, but maybe not. Or at least I don't know how. What do we put it on in order to rotate? I guess I could rotate the foundation. Pillar. Can't tell if that's got the line on it or not. Boy. I guess there's no real way to get rid of the Z fighting either. Unless we added these. So weird that you have to put another one out in front. This kind of stuff is always a little bit tricky at first, but then once you've established design decision, then it's a little bit easier. Why does going to the bottom snap it to somewhere else? I had it. So it looks a little bit funny there. I don't know why. Oh, I guess because these have got like a slight indent on them. These are probably going to get moved and changed back to these anyway. Oh, wait a minute. Is that going to be purple? Maybe that's not going to be purple. I found it easier with Megatron to kind of do, with the Megatron factory design, to just kind of do everything in one color first, and then get your geometry looking right, and then change the form. That looks okay. It's not the best. It softens the corner a little bit. These generally are just too big. Clipping in this game is all about the order of operations. Do it the way it works. Do it in a different order that makes you want to pull your hair out. Yep. Yep. 100%. 100%. Yeah, like I'm not crazy about that, but like we could fix that by adding in a wall here if we wanted to. And if the walls were staying concrete, then it's not a big deal. Right, and that adds another layer of complexity. But again, like this is what I mean. This is a black wall. That's black on concrete, and it really doesn't look black at all. Like even the green is really faded. I mean, I can change it to a metal wall, and then it will be absolutely black. Or we just make it a dark gray. So like, I guess I should also mention that I'm using Alt and my mouse wheel to scroll through my various materials, and then if you do that, you can also add materials to a hotbar. So if I wanted like metal walls at 6, 8, and then and then 7, so then we can choose, like, do we want metal walls, do we want regular walls, right? And then you can switch back to your color hotbar. Like that is medium gray. I guess with the spotlight off, it's okay. That looks all right. I wish that there was just a flat wall that didn't have any kind of like ribs or things in it, you know? So if we did that, we wouldn't necessarily need these. Moving power over here was the smart idea. For sure. Oh, that then gets into the way there. Is that all the right one? All the right one. I like the idea of this kind of a foot happening. Like if we look at the big image again. I'm looking at his, I guess it would be his right knee. I'm thinking about like the kind of like the purple kneecap sort of idea. But then I feel like in other images that I've seen that I have, he's got, his feet are asymmetrical. Like one foot is a cement mixer and the other foot is a front loader, I think. I should put together like a mishmash of the images. That's okay. What if we brought this down? Does that feel... I mean, it feels chunky. It certainly feels like a chunky foot. I think if I did that, I might raise... I might bring this out farther. Maybe not a full 2, but maybe 1.5. I'm just not sure about this connection here. It feels just empty, you know? Oh yeah, going for big and bold, maybe chunky is good. That's, no, it's a fair point. I may have to sacrifice that. The idea was that I could drive the buggy down through the hole, but maybe I need to either move it or whatever. It throws off the symmetry. I'm also feeling like I maybe have made this too cramped, but now that we've lost the light, it's gonna be very difficult. So I'm going to get rid of this. I can't believe that's the first hour. That's not bad. Not a bad crack. So let's just take a little bit. I guess what I'll do is I'll copy that over here when I get back. I want to stick to these breaks today. Time flies when you're trying to make pillars. Yep. So I think what I'm going to try to do is a little bit each stream, and that way I'm not committing to anything massive that I'm then going to have to undo. All right. Timetable. Megatron and construction station. So I make sure that that is where I'm at now. And Megatron. Yep. Next stop. We'll just switch those around. So I take a break once an hour, but Satisfactory has this wonderful 55-minute, and then it's nighttime timetable. So we're going to try to stick to that today. We lucked out, and we'll stick to that schedule. You get to ride the break train. I get to reheat my coffee, and I'll see y'all in about 5 or 6 minutes. So like I mentioned, the nighttime is about 5 minutes, so my little 5 to 6 minute breaks work out perfectly. So I think what I'll do is I'll just quickly copy over what we've done. Already it's starting to look better. And we'll just take the material. And that needs to change. And then we get rid of these. To be careful not to cut my power line. That might go a little bit far. I'm not sure if I've cut in too much on that, but we'll leave it that way. Oh, I guess I need something to attach that to, don't I? Would help if the power lines were above where I was working. So that should be straightforward there. Get rid of that. I don't know about this. What if this was coated concrete? Or, yeah, coated concrete. I don't know about that just yet. So what would be cool, I think these are actually the same height. It's just that because the land comes up here, it looks more squat. So I might actually want to raise that up a little bit. Skunk Puncher, hello, welcome back. Thanks again for the raid yesterday. It was nice chatting with you. Oh, I'm floating down. How was your, did you stream today? Or are you just doing your own thing? Okay, keep on running out of power here. Where do I want this? I want it halfway. Oh no, I wanted to rotate this, didn't I? Why is this not working? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Yep, raided in yesterday and caught up with the last 20-30 minutes as you explained what you were doing. Didn't stream yet today, but oh, stomach bug, that sucks. Hopefully you're feeling better soon. How far does this stick out? It actually does stick out. I wonder if I can do it better over on this side. This is the inconsistency that drives me a little bit nuts with Satisfactory. Yeah, I'll have to come back to that one. I like that better. Although, I still want to find a way to cap it in a nice way. I just realized that this idea is great until I get in here and it encroaches on my walkway. I don't think I want that. So we may have to think about maybe not having it go around the corner. Maybe they stay quite sharp. Maybe we'll come up with something else that goes around the corner. They really need to increase the speed and range on the hover pack. I'm just going to leave that. Maybe we'll make this black for now. I'm going to have to revisit this stuff because I don't want to spend the whole stream just messing around with this. Yeah, not bad. Well, that's a ramp. That's why. I want full block. Why are you making this so difficult? There we go. And then I changed this one too, didn't I? Back to black. I find sometimes it's best to approach this as like a paint everything one color, including all the stuff at the back. And then when you go and change everything one bit at a time, you can then paint like the front parts, and then you can be picky about your color selection, you know? Oh, you do passes? I guess I should maybe remove the tree here. Where is that in there? Okay. So many menus in this game. Anything else encroaching? I guess we'll get rid of these two. Just in case. Are those colors from a mod or an awesome store or just regular? The colors are things that you get when you unlock the customizer. I don't remember what tier the customizer is at. But your build tool has a customizer upgrade that you unlock as you progress through the game. And so when you get the customizer, it unlocks this window, and then you can choose colors, materials, and patterns. Now you have to unlock the materials through the awesome shop. Same with the patterns, you have to buy these with tickets. Colors, you get these. There's your 4 defaults that you can change. And then you've got, oops, wrong button. Then you got 1 custom, and then you've got swatches. So what's cool about the swatches is that if you edit the swatch, you can change the 2 colors, and it gives you a preview over here on the right. So a purple and green constructor has purple as the main color and green as the highlight. But if I go up and I do this, you can see that it's a green constructor with a purple highlight. Same thing with orange, red and black, bright yellow. And so you can use that for gauging what things are. The cool thing is that if you've painted something a swatch and then you change the swatch, it then changes all the things you've already painted. The opposite is true of the custom swatch. The custom swatch, you edit, you make it whatever you want, and then if you change this, nothing changes in the world. You just change the color. Now, what I wish they would let us do is have about 8 custom slots that we could choose from, because you start off with these and you start painting things in your world. Obviously, they're in no particular order, and then it's, if you wanted to change something, you're like, I don't remember what will change if I change this to give me a different color. So my suggestion here would be like, fill yourself with the colors you're going to use all the time. All the time. For me, it's like light gray, it's white, light gray, medium gray, kind of a darker gray, a charcoal gray, and a black. Those are the ones I use a lot. And then you've got like primaries, like red, blue, yellow, that kind of thing. Those are the kind of things you want to stick to. This is kind of these I'm leaving as like the custom stuff because of the factory swatches. All right, so the only thing, I think that's both of them looking the same, at least for now. I'm just going to finish the top of this by changing the materials. So what I do in big structures like this is I often use these metal foundations or something similar because it's easy to count, you know? And then when you're done with it, you can just change it to the material that you want, as long as you've got the plastic on hand. I don't remember why those are small. I think it was because I was only working with this one type of foundation. Alright, that's the face of it anyway. Updated, so we can remove this. And I'll quickly go up to the roof. I should be able to fly there. Some of these are switched around because they were from an older update. And when you updated, for whatever reason, they switched around. I don't know where that went, but we'll go find it afterwards. I just want this to look good from that tower. Oh, see, I'm out of plastic, so I can't change the material. Right, we'll go back. So it's still very gray. We'll have to do something with some lights to accent it with some purple. And we're still getting weird, like, separation. I guess that's just because of the distance. Yeah, it's weird that you can still see the grid. Wonder why that is. Plastic. Looks more... Oh, the purple in the middle makes it look more polished. Thanks, yeah. I'm not sure why it's not reading right from this distance, though. Maybe it's just a rendering thing, but you're seeing all the blocks on the way up, the horizontal lines. I wonder if it's just because of the way that that's actually used, the material I used, because those are ramps. So I think a lot of this is just me having to deal with, when I built this, I had very little knowledge about how to do this. I just went right back the same tube. Crap. Trying to look at the machine at the same time. Yeah, those pillars don't look very good from back here. As you get your tube supports to mount on the side of a block to keep the tubes vertical, that is a awesome shop unlock, I believe. It's either awesome shop or a tier unlock, but you have to progress through the game to get hypertube wall mounts. So you've got transport. Yeah, there's hypertubes, entrance, supports, wall supports, and wall holes. And floor holes, those are new. But hypertube wall supports, and then you put them like that, and you just rotate them however you want them. I think one of the things that if you want to get to some quick unlocks, if you can start to sacrifice some stuff into the awesome shop, awesome sinks early on, and you'll find you'll probably end up with... Oh, I need the rubber pack. You'll find you'll unlock a fair bit. You can also, in terms of progression in the game, aesthetically, awesome shop. If you want to get ahead with some tech, check out the MAM. If you've not messed around with the MAM yet, then I would suggest checking that out. Alright, so that takes care of the top of this, I think. At least for the front-facing part of it, just for now. Oh, I missed a spot. So we'll come back to this a little bit later. Yeah, there are some spots here where I've got some... There obviously is something showing through here. So I'll have to like figure out what I need to do. Yeah, there's obviously some frames underneath there. Which is not, it doesn't look terrible. I just want to make sure that I can have this rendering right at a specific distance. Yeah. Much better than that. A year ago? Now. Much, much better. Yeah, like these are all small. I don't know why I'm using 2-meter foundations here at all. Like here, that's the other thing. When I built this, we didn't have angled wall pieces, right? So like here, if I wanted to put cool wall segments here, I could totally run stuff that way, right? What do I want to do? I want to zoop. Yeah. Right? Like we can do a lot cleaner looking things now. Get rid of that. Sometimes that's weird and it doesn't show the right textures either. Takes a while for it to render in. So we can have like really cool clean lines going up there if that's what we wanted to. Right? There's lots of fun stuff. So that looks very imposing compared to this. So good progress on that. I'll have to mess around with a couple of things. Maybe figure out if we want some lights. I feel like that could look cool if instead of a vent, if it was like some purple lights. That could be cool. All right, well that's some cool building out of the way. I think the next thing I want to try and take a look at is going to be the heavy modular frame production again. So where I left off yesterday, we planned out the constructors for the rods, and we also planned out the constructors for the screws. And so now the tricky part is we've got encased beams in concrete, and we really need to figure out where we're going to be putting our iron foundry is what we need. No, wait, steel foundry, sorry. So steel pipes, and then I need steel pipes as part of encased steel beams. So basically I've decided that I'm going to be working with steel pipes almost exclusively. And we need 28 constructors. Yeah. So minimum of 28 with 560, but we're obviously going to have some extra because usually ore comes in like 300, 600, 900, that kind of thing. So we'll probably work something along those lines. into the production and then siphon off some stuff here and there. So we need to figure out where we're getting another 600 iron. And this is where it helps to have everything in your resources mapped out. You have unlocked a lot with a MAM, says Skunk Puncher. Started with the awesome shot. Nice. Tier 3 for the space elevator. Tier 6 in the hub. Nice. Yeah, once you get to like tier 4 and 5, that's when things really start to open up. Once you get to fuel and pipes really starts to open things up. Because your power gets unlocked and you don't have to like constantly feed power and stuff. So 4, 5, 6, 7 are all local iron. These guys are just being north leg floor 1. These are all being sent to plates. So those are being used. Can't use those. Rocky West Desert are already being smelted. We could put our foundry in the west part and bring the steel in that way. That could work actually. Limestone. We are currently not using the 600 ingots or the 1200 ingots on the top 2 floors. But I feel like we're going to need rotors and motors, and I think that's what I want to do with those. So I feel like steel should be maybe somewhere else. We've also got 600 coal being unused. That's bringing in from scavenger, so that's probably the way to go. I don't think we have coal in the desert. I think that's one of the drawbacks of this. You get quartz, but you don't get any coal. Yeah, the closest coal is like up here. Oh, it's up here. That's where the coal is, if I remember correctly. Yeah. But we've already got some coming in. Okay. So let's head down this way. I don't really like the foundry that's set up down here, but we might end up using it. So there's the coal that's being brought in that's not being used. It's just being sent into an awesome sink. So that's not being used. And that's the same amount of coal that we would need. So all of this is just not being utilized at all. And it's terribly ugly. But it's already hooked up. I would maybe change the way that things are exported. And if memory serves, I don't think we have a lot of room underneath this. No, none, 0. I think it's only over here we start to have some space. Even then, pretty tight. I'm not sure why I dropped it down back here. Such a dumb idea. I should have just kept it all level. Which is again, hindsight is 20/20, right? Yeah, like I dropped it a full 2 meters. At least. So I don't want to undo this, but I know so much more about what I want. So there's iron coming in the back through here, and then we could run and turn this into a foundry setup. So after this gets turned into ingots, we have an alternate recipe for steel. So if I put down a foundry real quick. Solid steel ingot, iron ingot, and coal. So you don't have to put in ore. You can just put in ingots and coal, and you get more. And that's what I accounted for in the spreadsheet. So we've got solid steel ingot. So you get more out of it for less foundries. So here, no, actually I used the alternate for both of these calculations. So I'd want to, we could then put the foundries somewhere, but like there's not a lot of space even here for the foundries. What is all this? Is this all copper? It's all copper. We don't even need all this. So we could easily go from here in the smelters doing ingots out to a bank of foundries here. And how much did I say I needed? It was 14. So a little bit more than that. That'll fit here, no problem. I'll just delete the train tracks because this isn't being used. And then if we do wet concrete, we could do it in this space here, allowing us to put in the refineries. And I could have one of these open floor, look down at it kind of concepts. And then we would have space here again to do the assemblers that are going to be making modular frames. And I would need, I think, this much space. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll say 9 to be safe. Give ourselves a wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, as if I already counted that out in the past. Okay. Where on the map are you that it has nodes that produce that much ore to process? The nodes are overclocked. So if you've gotten to the point where you can use slugs to make power shards, then you can overclock a node. And the best place to start using your power shards, usually for most people, is on your miners. I don't know whether this one's overclocked. It might not be. That one is, I'm pretty sure. So this is a Mark II miner, and that takes out twice as much. That's not overclocked. So, but I could show you. So this is a normal limestone node. It's normally 60 per minute. But because we have a Mark II miner, it's giving us 120, and then you can put in power shards and crank this up. And every time you crank it up, it uses more power, but you'll see that your yield is 300. So it just kind of gives you more to deal with and more to use right off the bat. We don't need that much concrete from here because I've got concrete coming in other places, and this is just making my own like personal box of concrete. But when you've got ore, especially rare things like quartz, caterium, you really want to crank up the miners because then you get the most you possibly can out of that miner. So yeah, I think that's probably a good idea, is to produce our steel in this place below. I kind of want to tear it all apart. I kind of don't want to use the setup that's there. I've done that, but those smelters can knock out 300 per minute with 6 machines before overclocking them. Those smelters, it looked like you had 30 plus machines. Yeah, I have 30 plus machines because there's 4 nodes. 5 nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 1,500 iron over here. Plus the copper. It's also, you gotta remember, some of it's old, and I just got carried away by making something that I didn't really need, and then now I'm just like kind of biting my tongue and saying like, man, I should have been a little bit more patient. I just realized that one of the things I have not done is showing off the new blueprints that I have. This is the Rocky Desert, yeah, the northwest of the map. So that's the height of a refinery. Get rid of some of this stuff here. And I guess I should probably get out the chainsaw and take out a couple of trees. But I really hope they add a button for the blueprint, because I've got blueprints, but you have to open up the tab menu. So I made some foundation blueprints, and this is really, really good stuff, because you can do a 4x4, 1 meter, 2 meter, 4 meter concrete. So with the blueprint now, to make, to do a lot of concrete, the problem is that it doesn't snap quite the right way. Once you get one down, I think it's pretty good. Like, that is the way to throw down a serious amount of concrete in no time flat. I like it. I'll have to go down and get that later. Oh, it's a tree. Wow. Oh, thanks, Cosmic. That's not, I did not come up with that on my own. That is a, that's a total eclipse, and I am Kibitz. Thievery. And I'm sure they probably saw someone else do it too. I've also taken the time, and I'll show you in just a minute, I've also taken the time to update my train towers. These are going to stick out, I think. Should be good for now. That might be a problem over there. It's a little bit trickier to do down here, I think. See, in blueprint mode, it snaps to the blueprint. So once you get going after that initial one, it's pretty good. Because it snaps to the center of the blueprint rather than the foundation. So instead of like 8 snapping points, you've got 1 or maybe 2. So that is supposed to be the wall, I think. So I'm going to zoop the rest here. And so what I'm thinking is that this could be our wet concrete area, because there is water. I've got 2 places to bring in water. I've got pipes that can bring water in that way, but I've also got water like right here. So we could bring in water that way too. I've also got water I need to use from the aluminum setup, which is over there. Don't know why this is so far back. I might take a look at this. Oh, it's because I've got my temporary fuel thing here. That's why. Yeah, I think I maybe need to look at this wall. Continuing down. Would just be nice to have a cavity wall that went through the whole way. And maybe widen it by a bit. Oh, thanks for the links for Total Eclipsing. I'm Kibbitz. Yeah, it was really cool when we rated Total Eclipse the other day. They mentioned that they watched some of our Minecraft streams, which I didn't realize that they did. That's really cool. So again, blueprints, and again, it's tricky to place that first one. But then after that, it's just gravy. But boy, will you chew through some concrete in your inventory. Like thousands at a time. I haven't been neglecting stuff like this for a while. I really need to better plan out and focus on what needs to change in this factory and how to like move to the next tier. Am I out of concrete? Yeah, totally out of concrete. It's like you need 112 just to do that one that one piece. I'm gonna leave these glass things here just because I think seeing the river might be cool. That's something fun later on. I don't know why we would want to, but we'll see. So I need more concrete. It's a good thing there's bins of concrete right here. Hello, hello, Hubby TV. What's up? Oh, I forget about these guys. Where are you? You're there. Taken care of. So I don't necessarily want to delete this entire train station because I feel like I want to measure where I want to have a potential train height for the next floor. Because having a place to have your items come in would be great. So the idea was to have these all export up to the storage room, which is up there, but my storage room is going to be a lot higher. I could even put the train like right on this level too. Alright, we'll leave the station. But I'm going to delete most of the cars and the tracks. We don't use this anyway. Don't use this anymore anyway. Although some of this is actually built over like rocky ground. Oh no. I guess I'll put the organic stuff away. So these were meant to be accessible truck ramps. But I'm not sure if I'm going to be using trucks. 68 coupons, skunk puncher. Very cool. I'm not sure what I have. I've got 40 right now. Actually, now that we're here, you wanted to, it was the management. So there's your hypertube wall attachment and your hypertube floor hole and pipe floor hole, pipe wall attachment. Stealing mounts. Like, yeah, the awesome shop is definitely a good way to get access to a lot of that stuff. Don't need all those plates. Wonder if, can I hit that from up here? No, we're too far away. Yep, I definitely want to hit B and just bring up the build menu. Yeah, see, here it would be better to probably just grab the last little bit and zoop it. Now here we have to do a height change, it looks like, and I'd say I've probably already mapped that out. Now, I don't know if I have to stick to this edge. I think there's another rock over here. And that's why I gave myself a lot of depth for designing the wall, but then I brought it like right up to basically where I'm comfortable having the edge of it. So it's one of these two rows. Gives us some wiggle room if we come up with a cool idea. I still like the idea of putting a tunnel underneath this where we can drive through the river if we wanted to, just for fun. So yeah, I don't want to come any farther than this. This is kind of like the edge. Oh, and that's probably going to change. Makes more sense to bring this over. And then we'll grab the top one. Mr. Annoying. Be gone. Oh, you can't move? Wish you could use the chainsaws on these guys. These guys just have too much health. I think the idea is that you're not supposed to kill them, but they just walk through your base and drive you crazy. It's like the wandering trader. Uh-oh, autosave. Oh yeah, you bounce on them like a trampoline, yeah. The thing that bugs me the most about them is that they're such a terrible model, and they've done a bunch of changes to different creatures in the game, and they've never even addressed the fact that it's like, it doesn't even have proper rendering or legs or anything. I know it's a silly thing to complain about in a game that's currently under development, but... Now, is that all the things poking out the top up here? Looks like we've got a cactus thing. I was trying to be careful for the longest time about leaving some of the vegetation, but I've completely changed my tune. foundations. This. So this might not stay like this. I just want a very clear indication that we have to go up a level. And it gives us the advantage of having some extra height. Although we might have to go up a little bit farther now that I look at this. Yeah. We do not have the room. And this is, yeah, that's that floor. This can really only come out to about here. Nighttime falls again. Time for another break. Yeah, we're just gonna have to go up a couple blocks, I think. I think what I need to do is find like a common height down here and just use that. Alright, well we are miles from the train station, but I'll just build a small train and we'll go on another break. Now this station is our temporary station that is still connected. And construction station. Cool. Folks, I take a break once an hour. It is about that time. I will leave you with the break train, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. I forgot that we already had a train here at the station. That's fine. Thanks, Cosmic. It's a big planet. And very close. Or it's really far away and absolutely massive. Oh, squeaky mic. Sorry. Question from chat, from Skunk Puncher whilst you're on break. Is there a sorter? If I put multiple items on a train, is there a way to sort them and dump them in the same place? Yeah, there are smart splitters and programmable splitters as you progress through the MAM. Smart splitters are like this. So you put down a smart splitter, it costs AI limiters, reinforced plates, and rotors. And then when you look inside of it, you can say, you know, iron goes to the left. You can say, you know, aluminum, well, not solution, but like ingots, aluminum ingots, iron ingots, and this, I don't know, copper. And then so iron would go left, center would be aluminum, and then copper would go right. And in when a programmable splitter, you can do multiple. So with these guys, they're very cool looking. They're very spacey. And then here you can do like copper, and then you can just do, let's say all your copper you wanted to go straight. So copper sheets, right? And then you can have several go in one direction and several other go in a different direction. So those are the sorters. It's still better off usually because of the sheer amount of room that you would have to do to use that. It's usually better to have your trains only be carrying one item per car. When you're dealing with mass items like concrete, iron, bauxite, like all this stuff. If you're dealing with like computers and supercomputers and stuff like that, that you're not making an absolute metric ton of, yes, then I can see a sorter being worth it. So this floor, I guess we'll continue that up until probably here, would be my guess. How many cars go on your train? You can have up to 12. Anything more than 12 though, and you need an extra locomotive to make it move at a decent clip, especially if it goes uphill. But the trick there is you got to remember that if you've got a really long train, it might not fit in a roundabout. Like it might be like if you had a roundabout and it was a really long train, it might hit itself. So you kind of have to think about what you want your train length to be. Generally speaking, people don't want to make them too long. Oh, looks like we have another tree to remove. That is not a chainsaw. I have a sky belt that's high enough to be a flat truck all the way around. Flat track all the way around. Oh, neat. Probably making it too long because it goes from one side of the map to the other. Right on. I'm gonna try and do like a full world train route. I'm not sure how many biomes we're gonna need, and I'm hoping that I don't run into any problems with the save. So it goes up a little bit at this point, but we definitely have to go higher. I feel like I should just go up in increments of 4 meters. I feel like that's what I've done here. I'd probably check that. I have. Okay, good. So this is a pure 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what I'm glad I did. Okay. So then that would make sense to go up here. And I guess we'll leave it at a certain spot. This just means that this is all going to be very easy to build over. Lose a lot of room. Really not much we can do here other than just logistics. I guess we can come down here again if we wanted to. Clear that, and we can come back down. Can we go back all the way down? We might be able to. Yeah. So maybe we can just have like a little bump in the middle of everything, just in case we need some like lower level something or other. Although we're already at this floor, maybe we should just keep it at that height. Just an awkward in between. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, it's like a 3 meter difference. Why did I do that? No, it's 4 meter. What am I talking about? Okay. 4 meter difference. I guess that would make sense. That's what I mean when it's tricky to place the first one. Next one, though. Easy breezy. Cool. Well, that is definitely some room to play. Chainsaw again. Past Joel is smart. Well, sometimes. Sometimes. I feel like these should snap easier, you know? Like, it's really not playing fair. And then this just kind of goes to here. And I probably want to plan a wall depth. Just in case we need it. At the very least, it'll be a walkway. 1, 2, 3. So this doesn't... So really, we're just kind of laying down some groundwork for where we're going to be putting our two aspects of our... We need to do the foundry, and we need to do the encased steel beams. Those are the two components left to plan. I feel like we might as well just stay at this height, right? Yeah, there's no sense in dropping down because that's there. And I would say we stay up here until we reach, I think this is the middle, yeah. I'll have to figure out where the actual belts are. I think I might want to use this space for belts and thoroughfare. I feel like we're going to have a two-way direction for our main bus. So right now, I guess I should have looked up and seen the color coding. That would have been smart. So yellow is the road? Yeah, yellow's the road. We can come up probably to the road, which is more than likely why that pillar is there. Well, I was way down there. That's it right there. So a lot of the times I do this just as like a marker. Just so you can kind of see what we're doing. Well, I guess it wouldn't matter. We'd want to be roughly at that height anyway, because now we've got this to contend with. That's kind of a pain. I mean, we could just... You could utilize this. That's a 2-meter foundation. We could have a little bit more headroom if we wanted to. I will say in tight spaces, zooping is still faster. It's the wide open flat spaces where you're like, I really like that blueprint for laying down concrete. Yeah, the concrete thing is a cool idea. I'll jump into the blueprint designer and I'll show you. It's really easy to do. We're gonna have all kinds of organic stuff to do nothing with. Alright, so that should provide some context for where the next bit of factories have to be. Because we have to make this again. So we need 40 assemblers. And I'm not sure if I'm going to do it. I don't think I'm going to do it directly upstairs. So we could do it next door. This slightly higher. Because a lot of it is... Well, I guess these things needed a certain height. So we may have to be careful there. Yeah, it's a full foundation higher, so this may not actually work. But at least I know what my restrictions are as far as the floor goes. And as far as... I guess we do have a little bit of a gap here, but honestly, I don't like this kind of a thing where you can see the rocks coming through. Same with grass. So I'd like to continue this, probably. I mean, it can be straight. It doesn't have to be... an angle. I feel like it's kind of nice to divide up these streams on in Satisfactory with like a little bit of creative building, a little bit of like expansion of the factory, and then we'll get into some logistics here maybe in just a minute. So I'll take this to here. Take that out. Oh, are these... They're just short. Whoops. That gives us some spatial limitations down here. If we need to route anything around. Chances are I would just use this as like a logistics floor. Don't know what that's for. Yeah, so example, like running quartz back and forth underneath all the belts is kind of a nice to have access. I've done it over there too, where I've got iron coming through. Kind of nice to have a basement, you know? No worries, thanks for the lurk, Cosmic. Critical hit. Hello, hello, welcome in. The day is indeed great. Thanks for asking. Now, what is all this mess? This is empty, full of biofuel, empty, and has flowers and things in it. I'm pretty sure that this is no longer working. Unless it's just not powered. Yeah, no power. Where does all of this get its power from? I would say right there. I love that you can splice lines now. It's so good. So we have lots of power. Not worried about that. This is full. Is it just that the machine is full? Like the bin is full? Nope. Oh, it probably needs more plastic canisters? More than likely. I don't even know what was in there. Flowers. Oh no. Flowers go in another bin. Right. Flowers, wood, leaves. So there's already stuff in there. Flowers, wood, leaves. More mycelia. So I'm guessing it's probably the plastic that it's out of. Because this is all coming over here. Biomass. I'm confused. Oh, maybe it's the water. Nope. Why is it idle? There's a bunch of stuff I had turned off when we had no power. Has power. Where is it sending this? This is sending this to... no empty canisters. Who's making empty canisters? Looks like you are. And you are. Probably all that was needed, because this is what's making the biomass for the biofuel. Makes sense. That's why everything's stuck. Cool. I might as well just fill this bin up and then we'll probably tear a lot of this down. We've got this space here too that we could use. So this could be, this could also be foundry stuff, because underneath this is all the smelters. So we could easily use this floor as the foundry floor. Just have to be careful about what I was planning to do with water up here. Because we could very easily switch that train station from being down below to being like on this level, in the same way that this train station is, like right there. We could have that train station... Well, maybe we couldn't. Not if we want to keep these ramps and roads and stuff. I had originally planned on trucks coming all the way in here and dumping stuff off, but I think I've changed my tune on that. There we go. Production is underway. So the blueprint designer for the towers. So what I've done is, and this is actually a good thing to check, because these wouldn't delete for me the other day, but it looks like they have. So I've got 3 tower blueprints now, and I'll show you kind of what they are. I won't build them, but the hologram will show up. Previously we had these towers, and the top like 20 meters was a blueprint. So basically what you're seeing in the center of the screen, like from 4 segments plus the top, everything else was just all one blueprint. And what I've done is I've changed them into sections. So now if I go to blueprints, I've got the plain metal pillar segment to maglev towers. It's just that. It's just the one piece. And then I couldn't do this any smaller. I've got the midsection, which is 12 meters, and that's just the lights and the detail. Now it looks like it doesn't build correctly, but it does. You don't see the lift ends. So you've got the signs for the lights, and then you've got the pillars. So I can build this at any point, and I can build the little pieces at any point. And then finally, I have the top part as its own thing, and it's just 8 meters tall. So now we can very easily make these towers short. We couldn't make them short before. And the other thing that's changed, instead of 1 piece of track, I now have 4 pieces of track with temporary glass foundations that we'll delete. And then that allows me to also include the block signals, and they're facing the correct way as well. So now putting the train tower tops on is like dead simple. So I'm really happy about that. And then to do like the foundations in here, all you do is just grab your foundation of your desired choice. Let's go with foundation, and we'll change the, maybe we'll change the material. Whatever. So you just do this, hit your zoop button, fill it in like this. And then just save that. Save that as a 4x4 4-meter foundation block, and then do that for each size. And then you've got them. And you could do it with material too, like if you were building these instead of concrete, you could do it with those. I figured because you can just change them. And then that way you don't have to have like a whole library of all the different blueprints. So let's just take a look at a foundry, and we'll see how big they are. I think that's a foundry. Yep. So you are just a little bit fatter than a foundation. I don't think I can place. Yeah, so you go over one another. So it's probably going to be like a foundation and a half to keep it neat and tidy. So if we started here, then the next one would be like dead middle. Although those have nice straight outputs over the thirds. Spacing it out like that's a little bit much. I don't think I want to line them up like that. I think I'd rather have them probably spaced out like this. So yeah, so it's 3 foundations per every 2 foundries. And we need 16. It says 14, but we're probably going to end up with iron ore extra, because those numbers will just balance out a little bit better. The recipe we're using is going to need 40, and I think 600 divided by 40 is a good number. 15, yeah. So we would need 15 15 foundries. Maybe we should just build extra. I should probably look at how many steel beams I'm going to want. We're not going to use this recipe. We're going to use this bottom one. But I'm going to need steel beams for other things. Satisfactory. Wiki. I don't think of steel beams come into any other large projects. Steel beam. Crafting. So we have an alternate for encased industrial beam. They're used in the Nobelisk equipment. Plutonium fuel rod. So we are going to need some decent beams. Versatile framework as well. Blueprint designer, buildings, lights. So we could just siphon off what we have out of this for our own personal bit. Because we're only making like 60 extra a minute. And then that's our sushi belt storage sorted for steel beams. Or I guess that's steel pipes. Yeah, the steel beam factory is probably going to be based on any plutonium we want to make. What about pipes? Are pipes used in anything crazy? The problem with that critical hit with inviting technical people on, which is great, is that neither Johnny nor I are technical. We are a little bit, but the way that we invite people onto the podcast for the Spawn Chunks is whatever is going to fit the zeitgeist of what's happening in the community. So we've had people suggest El Mango before. I'm a fan of El Mango's work on YouTube as well, but we just haven't had a really good reason to have them on. There's always seeming to be something more pressing. For example, Archeo Plays coming on to talk about archaeology, which is coming into Minecraft 1.20, right? So like that kind of thing is how we choose the guests most of the time. Thanks for the suggestion, though. So pipes, rebar. Steel pipes are going into heavy modular frames? Right, I just need straight up steel pipes. So I'm going to need a ton of steel pipes. Not just steel pipes for steel beams. This is steel beam. Why am I not doing... Why do I have steel beam there? Oh, wrong one. Right, looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, steel pipe, concrete, steel pipe, and this does the special recipe. That's the encased beams, but then I need 240 steel pipe anyway. So this needs to be more than 14 because this needs to accommodate for this. How are we making steel pipe down here? Straight up constructors. It seems like straight up constructors are the way to do steel pipes. So we've got Constructors. Not 28 though. And that'll be steel pipe. That was a good guess. So then we would need minimum 240 steel pipe. So 240 divided by 20. 12. So we need 12 and 28. So 40 constructors. Man, 40 constructors seems to be like the magic number a lot of the time. 40 machines. Oh no, that's assemblers. So we could do that all in one floor. And that would make sense. Yep. So that would be... That's just the 28. We might want to do more than that. I guess it'll be whatever's required. So steel ingots going into constructors. It's 30 steel ingots times 12. 360. Hobby TV, welcome back. So this would be, what did I say? 240 minimum. That's what's required. 30 times 8, 240, right. And so forges for this. Or foundries, sorry. I always call them forges. I don't know why. There's smelters and foundries. There's no forges. And I'm not sure why I call them forges. So we need 360 steel ingots. We're using an alternate recipe. For the solid steel ingot alt. And so now we need 360. 360 divided by 60 is 6. We really only need 6 foundries? Wow. So that becomes easy. We just had to figure out the iron ore. And then this would be whatever the source would be. I think that's going to be stuff we already have tapped up. So then we've got 40 iron ingots times 6. 240. And it would be the same for coal. So we definitely have, I don't think we have 720 and 240. Is 720 plus 240. We definitely don't have 960 just lying around. That's going to require some extra. Extra. Did you pave over the world yet? No. I've been just running a couple of numbers for the steel pipes. I realize that I need steel pipes. Oh no, I don't need 720. I keep on looking at the wrong thing. I should really move this out of the way. Or move it up into here. I won't do that now. So it's not 720. It's 560 and 240. That's what, 700? No, 800. Yeah, 800. Still, I don't know if we even have 800 lying around. 800 coal. I've got 600 coal. There's northern forest coal we could bring down. Everything else would have to be added. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna have to belt in some more resources. So as people suggest, heavy modular frames are a bit of a beast. You missed math. You're devastated. Well, it's good to kind of have my head wrapped around this in a spreadsheet, because otherwise I would just be completely lost. Okay. So I think rather than... Oh, what's going on? I can't... Why is my thing out of focus? There we go. So we needed potentially 40 of those. There are 3 per line. So 20. 2 takes up 3 foundations. 10 would take up 30 foundations. So we need at least 30 foundations in a row, if not 15. I don't know what we have downstairs, but I think we do have enough room. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. But we've got 15 easily this way for all this. Yeah. This is a really ugly train interchange, and all the little parts got twirled around in one of the updates. And some of this is just the wrong height. I don't think this... Oh, it does cover it up. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. There was a reason. This is the kind of place that just gets walled and hidden. Right. I remember that now. Oh, spare signal. Don't need that. And apparently I wanted a space to go down. That makes sense if I'm driving around doing something. More things here. So I think what I'll do Guess I'll probably end up doing something fun for the rest of the stream. We can put in some extra train towers, show off the blueprints, test them out, see how well they work. I don't really remember why I had this as the edge of this particular room. I think I might prefer this to be straight, but I think that might... Oh, yeah. That ends up being a problem. Okay. Well, at least we now know kind of like where we've got our boundaries down here. So the plan is to build the foundry over, I think, in the southwest part of the factory. And then we'll use the the northwest for, I think, concrete. And other things can be in here. I'm curious about the wet concrete recipe and seeing whether that would be something we can work out. And then upstairs is where we're going to have to put the assemblers because they won't fit down here. That's why I wanted to pave down here, is because the assemblers, the 40 assemblers won't fit down here. I think I have to adjust my expectations for the top floor. So I think we might have to take this build and do another one directly above it. I think that might make the most sense. That would mean adjusting. The good news is we've got all the measurements for these already laid out. I'm not really a fan of the way that they look. So we could move these over here into this space. And I think that'll work out better. Kind of focus those over this side. And that way everything is kind of like traveling down this way as it gets produced. I think that'll be better. I think that'll be better. And now I've got me saying this on the VOD to prove it. Okay. So let's go build some train towers, or at least prepare to build some train towers before the sun goes down. I don't need a lot of this stuff. I want to have these on my person. That feels about right. Don't need this many crystal oscillators, I don't think. What I should do is add the blueprints to my to-do list. So we need... Oh, autosave. Clips for later usage. Nice, Cosmic. So we do need some crystal oscillators. I don't need 300 of them. But we basically need all of the things and a lot of concrete. So I can drop some of these crystal oscillators back just to free up an extra slot. We can put plates back. I feel like reinforced iron plates we're going to need think we should be good. Because I'll be taking the construction train, and the construction train is going to have a lot of stuff on it. And the lights come on, indicating it is time for break. We'll take the construction train this time. It's kind of a fun way to run an episode. You know, like you do some creative building, you do some logistics stuff, and then you do some base expansion, like basic kind of like, not grunt work, but like a 4-hour stream of placing concrete would, I think, be boring. I would not want to watch that myself. Unless it was like one of those like late night chill streams that like is super mellow. Now this guy's lights aren't on. I wonder if that's because we're not in him. And he's not on autopilot, maybe? Now they're on. Huh. That sounds good. Once again, folks, I take a break once an hour. It is about that time. You get to ride the break train, and we'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Alright, looks like we're on our way back to the construction station. Good stuff. Oh, thanks, Cosmic. And I am very sorry. I missed the gift sub that you gave to Skunk Puncher an hour ago. Thanks very much, Cosmic. Skunk Puncher, I'm sure that you got the spiel in chat if you're still here. But if you want to connect your Discord and your Twitch, you are obviously welcome to join the Joel Duggan Discord. Alright. I need... Taking the train with me. We need to find a place to stick it. Oh, maybe I can't bring the train with me. I will have to create like an offshoot track, I guess. That, or I have to turn off one of the trains. Yeah. Alright, so we can't bring the train just yet. Can't bring the train just yet. Buggy it is. Why are you stopped? Mr. Train? Did I not pull the firewood forward enough? So here's a good example of the train being too long. Yeah, that's what happened. Yep. This train station is poorly set up. I've learned a lot. And I think I just manually stopped this guy just a little bit too short. Yep. So that's the thing, right? You've got a train. If you've got a long train, you got to make sure that you can get them completely off the tracks, right? Is that a train in your pocket is happy to be alive? That too? Anyone else hearing Discord message alert bloops? No, Kel, that's not just you. I don't know what has changed. I'm using OBS Studio instead of Streamlabs OBS. Streamlabs OBS, I never had that issue, but I was capturing desktop audio. So I don't know why it's showing up now, and it wasn't before. Thankfully, he will not return, I don't think. Oh, there's the uranium. I was hoping there was enough room to run a train down there. I don't think there is. No, I don't want to go in the water. Oh, that's too bad. I thought there was going to be enough room to run a train down here comfortably, but there really isn't. It'll be very tricky. Alright, let's one thing checked off. Don't have to worry about it. Question is now, where are we going to put the train? My guess is probably right where we're standing. Because there's the tower. So we could put it up here, or we could put it over there. Skunk Puncher, thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know how to turn off the Discord notifications in OBS. Streamlabs didn't seem to pick them up. But desktop audio for me is grabbing all of them. I don't know why. And I don't want to have to route like Discord into its own thing. I don't know why it doesn't happen on Streamlabs desktop. If anybody can throw a response to that, I would appreciate it. Alright, well, let's go over there, I guess, and we'll take a look and see where we want to actually send the main train line. I don't mind that this road is here. I mean, we're going to change it so it looks better, but I don't mind that it's here. We'll probably turn it into asphalt. It makes sense to have ways to get around easily should the trains ever stop functioning for whatever reason. Makes Redstone Circuit to summon mini packs for their help with OBS. Mini packs is in the Discord, actually. Just dropped me a note. But not on that topic. It was completely separate. It was just like a, hey, I'm lurking, looks good. Right. So I guess, yeah, this does line up pretty well with like what is, I think, maybe the incorrect peak. I feel like I've put this flat part off the center a little bit. It'd be nice if we move that over there a little bit, but we'll have to see. Because the idea here was to find roughly the middle of this kind of lake area. Right? So if we looked on the map, if I'm facing this way, I'm pretty much in the middle as it kind of like narrows down. And that would make sense because then we could come down here and then we can go over this and then hang a right and connect up with that right over there. Probably with a bigger roundabout. The idea, I think, is to change our temporary roundabout, which is right here, and put a big one right there. I think that would look really cool. So I guess we'll just build this out with concrete and see where we might want to have the train route. I may want to push it a little bit left or right, depending on how this feels. So we'll do this side first. I guess we'll use 1 meter. I never thought to do like 4 meters in a straight line in the Blueprint Designer. I guess that would be something we could do. They're so finicky though that zooping is probably the easiest thing. I guess we could do 2 in a row and do 4s. That would make sense. Hey, there's mini packs. Oh, I'm out of concrete already? That was silly. Oh, hey, look. A temporary concrete box. Made in between streams, knowing that I would be here working on platforms and likely run out of concrete. This was going in on the Devastator train, and I decided to say, nope. I just want concrete to save my life. So the weird thing is about this, we've got to kind of build this all in concrete first and then remove it later. Didn't hear the issue. What was it? So when I stream with Streamlabs desktop, you can't hear Discord when I get Discord notifications. For some reason with Streamlabs OBS, with OBS Studio, we can hear the notification sounds from from Discord. So that's not quite... Well, I guess it would be the middle. Almost. I think it would be better to maybe put a tower back there at some point and then maybe come over this at an angle. That, or we find the middle of this and just go straight over this. That could help if we wanted to get up there too, because then we could have like a switchback. Yeah, maybe we just change the angle there and have it be like a straight shot right over the middle of this. Where would that be? I guess we have to kind of back up and take a look from the other side. I keep on hitting all the wrong keys today, and I keep on like stopping my sprinting. Do you just capture your whole desktop audio in both? Yes. So that's the thing that I don't understand. I capture desktop audio in Streamlabs Desktop, and I capture desktop audio in OBS Studio, but one is behaving differently than the other. So I would say, if we were to look at it, oops. The middle of that is probably my last solid foundation before it starts to go down. It's probably about there. Honestly, it's probably about where I put that tower. Not so much the middle, but like the peak, the high peak. It's probably where that radar tower is. Not radar tower, watchtower. It sounds like Discord is going to streamer mode when Studio is on, but not when OBS is on. Oh, I bet you I have to add... Do you have to add an application to Discord for that? Oh, it says streamer mode is enabled when I'm in Discord right now. It says streamer mode enabled. Yep, I've got a little gear next to my name. If streamer mode is enabled, you shouldn't get any sound, so that's odd. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Can one of my mods drop a like not a DM, but like a note in the mods chat in Discord? And we'll see if we can hear it. Yep, I heard it. Did chat hear it? So that sounds like a Discord problem. Unless it's an OBS problem that I don't know. Bloop. So this might actually be on a... Nope. Slightly different grid. That's fine. This... I think this track is going to be separate. I think we're going to go up over this, would be my guess. Think it's a Discord issue? Okay. I feel like that's about middle. I mean, we need to make it too wide. So that seems like it would make sense. Unfortunately, it's just off. So I guess maybe the easier thing to do then would be, instead of turning the track there, maybe I just use this as a straight line rather than coming down the middle there. Or, as I mentioned, we could come off that curve and just do like a beeline for here. I do know we need to be at least 4 meters, no, 8 meters? I think it's at least 8 above this. I believe the trains will flip through. Keep on hitting the wrong keys. Some days it's good, some days it's not good. We're about to find out. They just clip through. So that's minimum. Granted, the train tracks would be above this, so they would be at this level. Then we just have to figure out where we put the towers. And I would probably move this so that it would be centered underneath the whole exchange. And maybe these don't get maglev towers. Maybe these just get like a standard sort of things. That would be cool. Cool. I'll check that setting then after I finish streaming. I can't change any settings while I'm live. Discord won't let me, which makes sense. I'm just waiting for Bone Crusher to come back. That's not Bone Crusher, I don't think. Yes, Cal. It would be kind of trippy if it was if you thought it was your Discord and you're seeing things. Yeah, I think that's comfortable yet fun in terms of a close call. So I guess we would stop that. This is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll put this here. And hopefully this won't be something I have to change too often. Alright. So then we may want this to be a certain height before it hits the bridge. So I want to say maybe 3. Yeah. And from this point, it has to start traveling down. And we know that trains travel best 2 to 1. Unless we just want this whole thing to be a climb, which we could do. Let's just see what that looks like. So the whole thing could just be a subtle climb. I would say to about here. I don't know. I wonder if it would be better to have more of a view of the valley and then a steep climb at the end, or a steeper climb at the end. This probably is the way to go. How's that for a guess? I just don't know if I want it this close to the train station. I mean, that's probably going to get redesigned anyway. Oh yeah, I feel like having this view would be better. And there's nothing to say we can't have a little turn here. Actually, it wouldn't be bad. I was thinking about this as I was designing this straight away. You kind of want to face this way. You know? Like you kind of want to go in that direction. So maybe it would be good to throw in a tower here and have the track change directions. And then line up with this. I mean, that could work. Yeah, I think I prefer... What do we think? Do we want the steeper climb or the more subtle climb? I think the steeper climb, you get to see more of the valley. Look at the helpful pink concrete, yeah. I guess the other thing we could do is that instead of having a big right angle turn here, we could have an angle that goes from this here. So instead of turning here, we could turn basically and go straight towards that tower. We would probably back this up a bit and go straight towards that. I can't decide if I want to have a lot of straight, like right angles and 45-degree angles in my train network, or if I want to have really kind of like 30 degrees, 20 degrees, that kind of thing. So I'm a little on the fence about what I should do in that case. Anybody in chat that plays Satisfactory that has a train network have any 2 cents? The thing is, we don't have to worry about the foundations clipping or connecting because we delete the foundations afterwards. Yeah, which is easier to do. I don't know about easier to do, which is just going to cause me less problems down the line. I'm sure the way that people build trains networks is that they build one, and then they realize they have to adjust it, and then it becomes a labor of layers, you know? Where things get adjusted to accommodate what you need as opposed to building something from scratch. You know? I just like the idea of coming in this way, I think. Although, I guess if the roundabout is going to be there, maybe we should point ourselves in that direction. What does a 45-degree turn get us here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not quite. We could do it back here. Even then. Maybe what I should be doing is, instead of trying to guess, we should start at the post that I want to get on. Yeah, I like the idea of the train going over water as well. And of course, none of these foundations are going to be here, so you're going to be able to see a lot around the train, right? I don't know why I chose this particular position. I don't know whether it was what this, I think it was, maybe it was one of the wider points. Right, so if we... Nope, I want a small one. Right, so that's like way off. Yeah, that's going to go way over there. Okay, so we'll start with this, and maybe we'll just grab a 45 right from the actual tower and see what that'll do. I think I'd be more into trains if they're more futuristic. I agree. I think the rails look futuristic, but the trains themselves are not as cool. Especially where I'm building like a Cybertron type build. So this, I think, is where I wanted to put this thing. So that... Sure. I guess when you do this, I'm not sure why it snaps off the thing. Well, that's heading right at the angle I wanted to. And it almost lines up with where this tower would eventually be. But if I wanted to come a little bit closer, we could do that too. This is the kind of thing that's so hard in Satisfactory, is just gauging how far you have to go. Scale is just brutally hard. So we can come into the valley like this and then hang a turn here. It's probably the easiest thing right now. And if there was any need to get down to that train station from this main line, well, for starters, I could raise this train station up to be this height, and that would solve a lot of that problem. And then we just have like an off trunk that would kind of go around there in a loop. Some sort of bed rail like Halo or something. It really doesn't make know how I know, but they don't please me much. No, you're right. Like they're not as futuristic as they could be. A lot of the game is like that though. A lot of the game has like some interesting industrial bits. It's like the factory things themselves look kind of industrial and kind of futuristic, but then all the decorations look really terrestrial, like railings, and the walkways don't look futuristic at all. You know. And also, power poles, like, they are ugly. Really ugly. Alright, well that takes that out of the equation. And then we can... I guess this is fine here. So I'll mark this. And... we know that's 45 from this one. I should have done that to begin with. The cool thing is that at least when we change angles, we know that we want to have towers at those spots, so that it makes sense that the track is supported. You saw nothing. Funny enough, I don't like using railings either. No, me either. I think because of the transformer theme I'm going for, I'm generally going for like a very futuristic. Giant robots would not need railings, you know? I think that goes right. This is this side. I think that's where we have to stop. Yep. So this would be a support. It just feels a little bit strange that it's so close to the shore. Maybe we'd be better off to make this the support and then have the next one be down the line. That actually makes probably more sense. And I didn't see in chat, did we prefer the steep climb versus the shallow one? I think I preferred the steep climb. Kind of gives you a good look at whatever's happening up here. I guess we have to look at how long the distance is, right? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's not terrible. That's not terrible. 15, 16. Well, some of this could be supported. Like this could actually have a physical thing. I try to keep them less than 12 if possible. So not here. So we're almost where I wanted this support to be. We're nowhere near where I wanted this one to be, though. Maybe the thing here is just to look at the land and try to center it on this little sprig of land. No, we have to make it a lot closer. Wait a minute. It goes over there. Yeah, that could work. I mean, I have to remember that this is going to be here. I keep on wanting to center it on that, but it's not a permanent fixture. So what would make sense then is to have a tower in the water. That would happen right before the angle change. And we know that tracks like at least 2 back. That feels like a nice subtle curve. So that would put the maglev sign probably... Oh, they go in the middle. So that would go like right there. Yeah, so... feel like that would make sense, unless we would want it like right underneath this. If we do that, that would be tricky. We'd be better off to put it underneath this one, or underneath here. Yeah, center of the maglev right there. And so and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. $11, $12 would be here, giving us an odd number in between. It's my Minecraft brain. That's not too far off from where I originally had that. I feel like there was going to be a natural footbridge or anything like that. That would be a good spot for it too. However, that's real close to where this tower would be. And I feel like I want to put towers whenever there is a change in direction. So maybe the thing to do is to take this number, just divide it by 2. One, 2, 3, 24, 25, 26. So then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. That's 12.5-ish. 1. $12.5. That would come to there and then change directions, I guess. Probably has to start in the middle. God, these tracks are so finicky. I think, oh yeah, this will look cool, and then I start building and realize, oh yeah. Too sharp return. Oh. Maybe this has to go farther back. This is something I could probably use some blueprints for. Are like 45-degree angle turns on trains. Alright, so we backed here. And back to there. Now, because we're on the outside curve here, I feel like my experience is that if we find this mark and then go back 2 points and do the same thing over here, we'll find this part here and go back 2. Not perfect, but it's not bad. It must take so long for people to set up rail networks. Yeah, it must take eons. So, can I get a single train line from here to the center of this block? I can. That's what I want to know. Do I want to do that? Maybe not yet. I'll remove the end point. So the curve is in place. I guess we'll just try one train tower and see what we can do. I'll just put the other curve here. Now these, thankfully, they're not on a turn, so we're just going to line these up. 1, 2. Like that. And then the tower would be centered on that part there. Oh. Is that going to work? I don't think it will. I don't think I can make a train track that short. No, I can't. Okay. What if I back this up? I use the midpoint there. I'd say that might even be a better looking curve. Because then I could put... This could absolutely be the maglev. Then the question becomes, can I get these two things connected in a straight line? Of course I can't. Well, we could just put a splice in the middle. That's fine. We can't always get that far. Okay. I feel like to have the maglev in the right spot, I feel like that's kind of what we have to do. Just back this up to there. Decisions made. I'm just going to walk everywhere and use trucks. Nice. Okay. So that takes care of that. And then we can continue on. Okay. So let's put in our first test of the tower. And I guess I have to recount my position here. This is no longer going to be here. So this is the tower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 and a half. So that's why that didn't work out. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half, 11 and a half, 12 and a half. So this one will work. We'll just have to have a couple of segments. Okay. So I should be able to just use this as a marker for putting in a big metal pillar here. Oops, can't see. So that is where I decided I wanted to put the tower. So we're just going to remove these pieces here. I'll zoop this down. And we know our blueprint is 8 meters tall. So we just take off 8 meters. That's the top of our tower. Grab our blueprint. Trains. Maglev tower top. And we just put it right there. Bang. I faced it the right way. So right side, left side. I guess I should change the color of these. Can we paint these? Not really. I guess they don't really have any color to them, do they? I thought they did. No, I guess they don't. That's why they're so boring. They're all the same color. Okay, so that goes in there. You can see down here we have extra bits, so we can delete those, and then we just grab other blueprints, namely the section with the lights, and I guess we have to be below. That's kind of a pain. That's kind of a pain. That did not place correctly. Why did that not place correctly? Top. Oh, I made it wrong. Huh. Alright, well, blueprint designer. Not enough clearance. How big do you have to be? There we go. I want plants in it though. That might work. Kind of silly. Okay. Load. Blueprint. Top. Yeah, I totally made it wrong. Oh, by the way, I added power in case we want it. Save blueprint. Confirm. Clear designer. And unfortunately, this has already been placed. So I'll build the bottom part first. Midsection. Cool. Now I can just delete these guys and just put one correct on top of it. Although, it doesn't look bad. So then we have a decision to make. We can either use the single blueprint or the section, right? And just stack those all the way down. Or because it's so tall, we could put in more than one set of lights. I don't know if I like that or not. Can't get far enough from the dang thing. It's so big. Oh, it looks kind of flimsy though, doesn't it? Yep. I think we're gonna go with just the one section at the top. Although now that I'm looking at this, did we put that higher? I think we put that higher on the other one. Maybe I screwed up with my blueprints. I know I couldn't get the bottom section, the light section, to do what I wanted. Yeah, I need to do a little bit of hopscotch here. Yeah, so it's the lights are closer to the top. Giant belts is how you went. You can ride them. Oh yeah, for transport, for sure. Yeah, so I goofed. I have to adjust that blueprint. I'll do that in between streams. The good news is we can just delete. This is 1, 2, 3 sections. So if I delete this part. Because it's all based on 4-meter increments of height. So I can delete this section here. And then I have to go up again. Is there a ladder here anyway? Trying to get this done so I can wrap things up here. So now I should still be able to use the blueprint for the midsection. Except for, of course, it's not snapping to the top. Why is it not snapping to the top of the thing? Oh, there we go. So the hologram display is funny, but it does come out correctly. Yep. I like the top part. I'm not so crazy about this stuff. It makes it look a little bit flimsy on the bottom because it's so tall. I guess we could have lights only. Could do that. Now why is it going all over the place now? I really don't understand the snapping behind these blueprints. It really does not make sense. Now it's doing the same thing. Yeah, like that's doing the opposite of what it was a second ago. Is this only like 2 meters deep? Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's nothing underneath that. So, oh, it does place under the side. Okay. Deeper there. I thought it was going to be hard to place from above. What type of pie? I like cherry pie. And I haven't had a good slice of cherry pie in a long time. One of the best pieces of pie I ever, pieces of cherry pie I should say I ever had, was when I was in Utah. There was a cherry orchard near one of the hikes, and they made fresh pie. So that is one tower in. And I'm going to switch and go up top. Just to make sure that this works out the way that I want it to. So what we can do here, we know we've got a curve in here, that's no problem. I don't know where... I think we decided that I wanted to put the maglev thing over there. So we don't need these sections. What we can do is I should be able to remove this, but then still connect this and this together. Just. And then same thing here. So you delete one side at a time because it maintains that center connection, and it should maintain your blocks as well. It looks like they're hovering, but it's all right. Oh, that's... Is it me or is that not connected? It's better. Weird. Now this is not connected. Why? If that doesn't actually reach, I'm going to be furious. That seems like such a strange bug. I guess we'll find out when we try to drive a train across it. And so we'll do this. Oh, wait a minute. I need to delete that part there. So this needed to have like a section. So we've got... That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It actually reaches. Oh, maybe this section is the thing that was not supposed to be there. Right, this is the part that was long. This is the part that was long. So that's half, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and a half. Can't make it because that's 12 and a half. So that's 13 in total. So we just need to go 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now we won't put blocks there. We'll just leave a break in the track so it actually works. There we go. And then the last part of this is we just remove the temporary glass foundation, and then we remove the foundation underneath this. So time consuming, but looks pretty cool. I'm going to leave a couple of these foundations in just because we don't have a tower at this end yet. So I'll leave those guys there. Oh, wrong thing. Where's McScrewgunn when you need him? Thanks, Cosmic. All right. Let's go. This is where having ladders and power and stuff on these things helps. I need to have that on me. I don't care if they put it in gameplay, but I think unlocking a higher tech for your hover pack would be awesome. Bigger battery life, you know, have it be something specific, you know, that you have to unlock with like parts or something. Ah, oh, jeez, stupid. And small movements with the Blade Runners are also really problematic. So I'll take these out. I'll leave a couple foundations here just so I can put in that thing. All right, so if we were on a train, which I can put on the network, although it won't go anywhere because it's not powered. But essentially you'll come in this way, right? And then you hang right, and then the view's not bad because without the foundations there, you can kind of see everything. You can see water on this side, you can see this, there's your maglev thing. And so if I grab a block signal, probably because there isn't a block at that end yet, but if I put a block in here, it should separate it. Yep. Yep. So we'll find out when we put in our next tower if these block signals that are in the blueprint actually separate things. I'm hoping that they do. It looks like they do. So this will be part one of the worldwide train network, or at least the factory-wide train network. As we end up going down here, we're going to hang a right and go east up the valley. And that will take us all through the valley, which will give us access to all this oil down this way, and then back to our main factory, which is right here. That's our starter factory. Shouldn't say main factory, starter factory. So we should be able to loop up around here somewhere and get access to that. I'm not sure exactly where, but we'll figure that out when the time comes. Cool. Not bad for a day's work. And we didn't need the train after all. I had all the things on me. I used the buggy. I had a little extra concrete from my handy dandy emergency concrete box, and we're good to go. And I think when we get up to this section up top, where the angle changes again at the top of this tower, this will be a physical support similar to these. Not like a maglev station. It'll be like an actual physical thing. It'd be fun to kind of incorporate both styles of train supports. And I think this will look cool as other trains go past. Hopefully we have enough room for a mainline exchange here. I will probably have to think about that. Do some measuring and stuff. So that's where I'm going to leave it off. We are going to send you along, I believe that I think the Mr. Warpath, I think that's the streamer we chose for a raid today. I believe they're still live. Looks like yes. Not sure if they're family friendly. I guess we'll find out in just a second. No indications on the stream. Looks pretty good. So we're going to pass you on to Mr. Warpath. They are also playing Satisfactory. Lots to learn, so maybe they're a bit of a new player. Should be a good time. Thanks very much for hanging out, folks. If you want to follow the channel before we take off, you can do so here on Twitch. You can also follow me on Twitter. You'll get notifications when I go live. You can also join the Discord. You can do that at patreon.com/JoelDuggan, or you can do that via supporting my podcast, The Citadel Cafe, which I'm recording tonight with my friend Steven, who streams on Twitch under Steven ESC, as well as obviously co-hosting the podcast with me once a month. That's going to be where I pass things along. I'm back tomorrow with more Minecraft, 1 o'clock Atlantic, UTC minus 3 hours. I will see everyone then. Thanks so much for the support. Thanks for the help modding. Cosmic, much appreciated. We'll see you all tomorrow. Bye for now.